Good morning.
Yes,
Yeah, it was
First-
put, it was pushed till 10:30.
first bill.
First bill was,
You already heard.
no,
So- It's really-
Impression it's only a few weeks old. I know, yeah, I know who those guys are too.
the one thing.
So,
I'm not here. Oh, yeah, I can. Look at you. Sorry, I just moved it. So,
No way. Well, good for you. I didn't know they had them. Yeah, I was gonna ask it.
yeah, I thought that's.
What you emailed me?
Yes, do you already have a? Should I just not, should I think you'll always have an electronic copy?
No, no, you can,
Okay,
just in case.
okay, perfect.
Good morning. Oh my God. Embarrassing. Where are you coming from? No sit.
Not too bad. Little out.
Yeah, it's all backwards, so. It's not very fast.
Actually.
Woo! Good morning. Good morning.
There was a very.
Yeah.
It was a very, oh, yeah, I was in favor of doing it, but anyway.
Oh, there, you did.
Yeah.
Okay, that one I was listening. That one.
That's a lot.
New house structure.
Yeah, it's very expensive. DNA and that sort of stuff.
You know, from the question. Concept. So, sleepy. Because I deal with it.
Not even bring back something.
Yeah, but it has to be somewhat different. But it's so different.
It's also.
Well, we're prepared to do this.
I promise you will see some version of our secret.
Oh, well, you know what? You know, it's different. Other thing. Didn't. Both of the libertarian. Vote for him.
Yeah. See, the only thing.
And then the person with the most votes.
It's not, it's not, I can.
I would agree with that.
Like, approval rating is the thing. RCV starts.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's all.
One of my largest concerns is. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I was just saying.
They lose our.
Lucky I wasn't talking.
Always a blessing. I was just.
Okay, and on that good news, we'll open it up. Um, all right, I am going to call to order this meeting of the House Election Law Committee. We'll start off with the pledge. Representative Wood, you want to do the honors? Okay. All right. So to answer the question for if you saw us scurrying around a minute ago, we were trying to find out if you had to have a quorum to have a public hearing because we have 50%, not 51%. And the clerk has said we do not need 51% to hold a public hearing. So that's why we are a little delayed. I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill, House Bill 336 relative to the format of election ballots. Welcome Representative Cahill to election law.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I have to begin with telling you this bill needs a little work. It will need an amendment, and I hope we can work through this. But the idea here is for many of us, we have a 400-member House, and not many of those seats are in boards, but in sort of, like, for example, in my district of Newmarket and Newfields, neither town has wards, so we are 3 representatives in a flotarial, and all of us have the whole territory. There are no wards. So on the ballot, as I've given you a copy of last year's general election results, you'll see that there are 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats, and 1,725 undervotes. And that's why I'm here today. This is the first year that the Secretary of State's office has recorded the number of blanks, but I've been hearing my moderator, read off the number of blanks and, 1,200, et cetera. It just seems a little high. So while we can't compel someone to vote for someone in every, each of those people, I think it might be useful to let them know that whether or not they do participate and vote that far down the ballot, that number of people will be elected and will be up here in Concord, sponsoring and voting on bills. So I think it couldn't hurt and it might help. So that's what this bill is about. And what this really, think of everything below line 6 on the bill as not being, as really an if-then statement or a case statement, if you like. So we wouldn't be putting, if you look at line 5, we wouldn't be where it says below each such phrase. It would really be the appropriate phrase if there's only one to be elected for the position. Then we would say vote for not more than 1 next to that one. And in the case where there are multiple candidates in multiple positions, you would say vote for up to, in the case of Newmarket, 3, and that would be all this other bolded, italic, forget about it. If you would, just over here next to line 5, the appropriate, and insert a quotation in line 7 after the 1, followed immediately by a parentheses, and another parentheses at the end of where it says on line 8, district column. So then there's an or, if then or. And then we would have more editing on the B statement. So again, we're not doing all of this printing, all this text. It's just going to be where there's one can be elected or one choice between one position. We'll do one thing if there's 3, 4, 5, 7 candidates in Derry or whatever. We'll do a different thing. And I think this may help so that people will say, well, I shouldn't write Mickey Mouse. I should choose from the above people, or a serious write-in if I know there is a campaign for someone that I would like better. But I should probably pick my best shot on either side of the ballot, that number and not more, which we know leads to overvotes. Sorry, this is a bit confusing.
Okay, questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Kinney.
Yeah, when I was reading this, I mean, it seemed a little complicated, and then I couldn't understand why this was better than
vote for not more than one, or vote for not more than four? I mean, what does it do that that statement doesn't do?
Vote for not more than and vote for up to mean the same thing, but vote for up to seems a bit more welcoming and encouraging than vote for not more than. It's a finer point.
Yes, Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you. I'm looking at the ballot that you provided, right? That's from you? Okay. And there aren't a lot of overvotes on here, and the races where there is only one, I'm only seeing one overvote, and that's.
I'm sorry, I meant undervotes.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just,
If you're looking at the
okay.
state rep.
okay, a follow-up?
Follow up.
Thank you. Wouldn't an undervote reflect the will of the voter also? If a voter only thought two people in a race with 3 open seats were their choice, wouldn't that be reflected in the undervotes? So that's their choice.
Yes, I would agree with that. And there's nothing in this additional step that tells them they can't make that choice. It just clarifies it and, sort of helps them understand that that will be the result, that 3 people will be elected in this case, whether or not they make that choice.
Follow up.
Another question, yes, thank you. Did people in your community express that they were finding it confusing the way it is now? And is that what this is to fix?
I haven't heard from people in my community that it is confusing, but as I understand from talking with my moderator who talks with other moderators, it's prevalent across the state. It's not just my community. And I think that you might agree that because, in the state legislature doesn't get as much press as Congress or the president or the Red Sox, so that people aren't necessarily tuned in to who we are, what it is that we do. And so I really, and if you've looked at your ballots in your community, you might see that people vote at the top and then get kind of tired. We have tried suggesting people they vote from the bottom up, but that doesn't seem to register. So I thought that actually the language about the inserting the number that will be elected, that comes from the Honorable Susan Homola, who noticed my bill submitted prior to the election, and this is an issue that she was working on, and that's her part. So it's not just Newmarket.
Representative Bum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. For state representative, the undervote 1725, when you agree, I mean, remember back in 2002 to 2012, there were in Litchfield, Hudson, and Pelham, there were vote for no more than 13. And Wyndham Salem was similar. And I bet then the undervotes would have been a whole lot more, because don't you think that with the undervote, people are bullet voting?
That's certainly a possibility. And again, we can't prevent, nor maybe we shouldn't prevent that, but people can and will do as they please. This is just a bit more information, that can't hurt and it might help.
Further questions? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. Am I correct in thinking that the only difference a voter would see on a ballot is the change from the phrase "not more than" to the phrase "up to"?
No, in the case where there are multiple candidates, multiple offices open, they would see the number of vote for up to that number of that
Right.
number. So
Right.
that's the difference.
Maybe my follow-up, please,
Yep. Mhm.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and Representative Bum, can you turn your microphone off?
Thank you. Maybe I'm remembering incorrectly, but my memory of the ballots is that it says if you've got 8 reps in a district, it says vote for not more than 8.
It does.
And this would say vote for up to 8.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, it will also say 8 will be elected. In that case, that sort of reinforces the,
Okay, that clears.
take your best pick.
Yeah.
Right,
Got it. Thank you. That makes it clear to me. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Further questions? I just have a couple. So the goal here is to make it more clearer, how many you get to vote for.
Yes.
What about field inductive follow? What about so like let's take the state rep. That's your only multi-candidate race. What if it said 3 or less? Like vote for 3 or less. Because I tend to agree with you. Like vote for not more than 3 sounds a little confusing. Like it seems a little antiquated.
Mhm.
But I think that might be an easier change than all of this. We do have ballot space issues too, which I'm sure the Secretary of State will probably bring up.
Right. Well, again, it's either vote for up to, which is not just a couple of words, or vote for less than. I wouldn't object to that, but that's not, you have the committee. I just sponsored the bill, but I do prefer up to, because I think that it does sound a bit more inviting, like, don't take more, but help yourself. Take, this is what's available to you.
Fair enough. We'll probably send this off to an English professor somewhere who will write, some dissertation about
Oh, you can use AI.
it. Yeah. Ooh. Representative Prudhoe O'Brien.
Thank you. I have many questions.
Oh, my.
So I'm looking at where it says State Representative Rockingham District 10 on this ballot.
Mhm.
In my community, it would be State Representative Rockingham District 13. So then underneath that in my community, it would say vote for not more than 10 representatives. 10 representatives will be elected in this district. Vote for up to 10 if there are more than a single person to be voted for in that column, such as some House of Representative districts. Would all of that be on the ballot?
No, this is where the punctuation is lacking on what you have before you. So
okay.
what it would say
That's
is,
good.
what it was, yeah, that's a bit much, and yeah. I think what it would really say under here is, instead of vote for not more than 3, it would say vote for up to 3, and 3 will be elected. Or it might say, yeah, I think that's pretty concise. You could just say 3 will be elected, and put the vote for, yeah, I think vote for not more than 3, and 3 will be elected. So that sort of lets you know this is your parameters, these are your options. Take your best.
Okay. Further questions from the committee? So, Representative, you made the mistake of sponsoring a bill in the minutia. And that's where this committee just loves to go at it.
Well,
You were not here for column rotation day last year, which I went for 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So you do not know what you have done. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I do welcome the fine tuning and look forward to seeing that.
Fair enough. Only have one other pink card about this. Deputy Secretary State Aaron Hennessy. That's my last pink card. So if anybody else wishes to speak, please get your pink card in and we'll be moving on. Welcome to Election Law, Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see everybody. I'm glad you all made it in today. I just wanted to let the committee know that in speaking with the sponsor of this legislation, we are happy to work with him and with you, the committee, if you're open to making the wording on the ballot more clear or more positive, vote for up to versus vote not for not more than. The sponsor of the legislation is aware, and we had the discussion that there's some missing punctuation and parentheses in the wrong spots here. But as to the chair's point, there is a limited amount of space on the ballot. So if we can make whatever wording we do change or we do add, just to be very minimal, just to make sure that it's legible via the, it's a voter can easily read it, and it's not too much information where they wouldn't just ignore it to begin with. So,
Okay, questions from the committee? Representative Burnham. I don't. That's why I like blanked for a second.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering, and I'm just maybe ignorant to why we can't just say vote for 3.
Thank you for the question. I believe it's because the voter has the option to vote for none, 1, 2, or 3, or they can vote for more than that if they like to vote. Our lawyer in the Secretary of State's office often uses the example of when he runs for dog catcher, and when his neighbor says he's going to vote for him, but his neighbor also says he's going to promises his vote to somebody else who's running for dog catcher, and he votes for both of them, he can honestly say, "I voted for you." So,
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry,
Representative
that's,
Lane.
it tells the voter that they can vote if they want to. I think that's the reasoning behind it, but it's up to you as the legislature to decide that wording.
Representative Lane.
Thank you. Along the lines of that question, does vote for up to, does that imply they have to vote for that number? I'm just asking because when I first read it, it's like, well, what happens if they're sitting there saying, I don't want to vote for up to 3? I'm just wondering, does it create even more confusion? Or less, right? Okay.
Thank you for the question. I think I would leave it up to the sponsor and your committee, and we're happy to give our input as anything that can make it clearer for the voter as to how many they can vote for, and in a positive way. Perhaps the word "not" is not a positive word to be in there, but yeah.
Fair enough. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How long have we been collecting the undervote data?
Thank you
Well,
for the question. Since November
Can I follow
of
up?
2022.
Yes, you may follow
Okay.
up.
So this is new data.
Oh, actually September. Sorry. My
do you
apologies.
do you believe there's a problem with the number of undervotes? From the data you've seen, have you looked at it? Do you see a lot of votes? I mean, people handle numbers, they get a sense. I was just wondering, now that you're seeing these numbers for the first time, do you think there's a problem with people reading this, or this is just a result?
I think to what the sponsor of the bill said, and I think somebody else on the committee alluded to, is that as you go down the ballot, you get voter fatigue a little bit, and sometimes when you flip over the ballot, you might not know what one of the county officers does, so you just don't vote that way. And especially in vote for up to 10 or 13 or whatever have you for state representatives, you might not know that many people, and you want to vote for the ones you do know. So I don't know that there's a problem with the undervotes so much as just making sure that it's clear that they can vote for that many.
One more follow-up.
Of course.
Representative Bowman said that if we had 13, he would expect to see that number bigger. Would you agree with that from the data you've seen?
Yes, I would definitely agree with that.
That's okay. Thank you. That was really the question I needed.
Okay. Further questions? All right. Never underestimate why voters do what they do. I mean, after all, they did vote for all of us. So, thank you, Deputy
Thank you.
Secretary. I don't have anyone else. I don't have any more pink cards. Representative Wood, can you pass up the blue sheet? Okay. Thank you. Oh, and it's blank. So perfect. The clerk that's going to be a tough one to process. I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 336. We will reconvene right at 11 o'clock for House Bill 363. Okay. The Google machine says it is 11, so we are going to fire off House Bill 363. Representative C, welcome to I gotta read the bill. Relative to the deadline of candidates filing my nomination papers for the state general elections. Representative C, welcome to election law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Election Law Committee. I'm Representative Alvin C., representing Merrimack County District 26. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 363, an act relative to deadlines for the candidates filing by nomination papers for state general elections. Candidates filing by nomination papers are running either as an independent or as a part of a minor political party. These candidates have 4 deadlines to meet in order to get on the state general election ballot. These deadlines are currently based on the date of the primary election. But these candidates are not participating in the primary at all. So synchronizing the deadlines to the primary is an odd way of doing things. And there's consideration for changing the date of the primary, so it makes sense to decouple the petition process from the primary election and reference the several deadlines to the date of the general election. Then, regardless of whether or not the date of the primary is changed, a possible unintended consequence may be avoided. The first part of this bill changes the filing of a declaration of intent from when the party candidates must file for their primaries in early June to the 3rd Monday in July. Moving this deadline from June to July is the only notable change in this bill. This can help minor parties if they hold nominating conventions, which could be scheduled as late as early summer. The other 3 deadlines for nomination papers currently are each defined as a certain number of weeks before the primary election date. This bill uses the same weeks, but will now define them as certain weeks before the general election instead of the primary election. Thank you for your attention to this bill, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the committee? Look at that, you're getting off easy. Thank you, Representative C. I have no other pink cards for this bill. Representative Wood, will you grab the blue sheet? And maybe it's time for a jaunt down to the cafeteria for a coffee. Thank you. And so once again, it's a blank sheet. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 363, and we will reconvene at 11:30 for House Bill 447. Okay. I'm gonna reconvene this meeting of the House Election Law Committee. Next up is HB 447. HB 447, Telerisky. Oh, there you are. Welcome to election. Did I get your name right? Oh, nailed it.
Representative Tulersky.
Tulersky, I did not. All right, Tulersky. Welcome to election law, Representative Tulersky.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Laura Tulersky, and I represent Nashua's Ward 8, which is Hillsborough 11. Today, I present for your consideration House Bill 447 FN relative to the purchase of election equipment. The purpose of this bill is to create an opportunity for local municipalities to receive some financial support through existing HAVA funds to pay for the replacement of ballot counting devices, which we know will be coming as soon as a new device is selected by the end of the year. Additionally, the bill would allow funds to be used for other needed election technology, including electronic poll books and secure laptops. We are all aware that the existing AccuVote machines are at the end of their lifespan, with software that is outdated, repairs being needed more often, and parts that are getting more difficult to find. What we want to do is get towns in a position to be able to replace these dying machines and prevent an election day catastrophe, such as a machine failure that could result in exhausting hand counts and delayed results. Development of town and city budgets are always a challenge. And in a perfect world, money would have been set aside over the last few cycles in anticipation of this once in a 20 to 30 year purchase of ballot counting machines. But now, with the state taking so long in making a final decision, there is simply no time left. For many municipalities, budgets are being voted on in a matter of days and weeks. And it's likely there will be municipalities that won't be able to purchase machines once the selection is made. This just isn't fair to our hardworking election workers who will be faced with exhausting hand counts. I've passed out to the committee a handout that outlines the dedicated funds report from 2013 to 2022. I have extras for anyone here. Showing the HAVA balance over the last decade. On the cover sheet is an easier to read summary. And you can see that the balance has dropped below $10 million only twice in that time and never below $9.5 million. During the public hearing on a similar bill, SB 73, the Secretary of State expressed concerns that they don't want to spend down these funds as they maintain certain election functions in their department. With that in mind, I would be open to amending my bill that would set a cap on the amount that could be distributed to help towns through this bill. Why can't $3 to $5 million be spent through this program, providing grants, leaving a healthy balance, not at risk of running out? For example, with the current balance of $11.9 million, which was the balance as of January 31st, and with an expected $1 million grant that we are expecting to receive in April, we can still offer $3 million in relief to towns and have nearly $10 million remaining. Amending the bill to limit the amount of grants in that way would allow this very needed one-time relief for acquiring new technology while maintaining a HAVA balance that the Secretary would like to see. While the ballot counting devices are paramount for towns, this bill also would allow funds to be spent on other technologies, such as electronic poll books and secure laptops. It is my understanding that some supervisors of the checklist need to access ElectionNet using their own personal devices, which poses an obvious security risk. And providing funds to be used on these technologies further secures our elections. The Special Committee on Voter Confidence report recommended replacing our ballot counting devices and to use state and federal funds so that municipalities have the resources to conduct efficient and secure elections. This bill addresses both of these concerns. Using HAVA funds, even nominally, will help our towns and be a significant investment for the state to build confidence in the security and integrity of our elections. These machines are not a want for towns, they are a need. I hope you will consider House Bill 447 FN as a way to provide necessary relief to our towns and election officials. And I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for my phone. That was not intentional, obviously. Representative Bohm.
You mentioned like $3 million or whatever, but how do you think the Secretary of State should allocate that amount of money going to which towns, and which towns would have more access than other towns?
Thank you for the question. I trust that the Secretary of State would be able to address that question also, but I would imagine that there would be an understanding as to the number of machines each town currently uses or each town requires. And I assume it would be based also on perhaps the number of voters that are in each district, and they could develop some kind of guidelines for that.
Further questions? Representative Lane.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Where's the $1 million grant that is expected? Where is that coming from? Do you know?
I am unsure. I received that office from the Secretary of State's office last week. I'm sure they
Okay.
could answer that question.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? I have just some kind of private questions. What is a secure laptop? What does that mean? Is that defined anywhere, or is that just like I just looked at?
Was
it
that
says
in my
secure laptops? I just don't know what that means.
Was that in my testimony or in the bill?
That's in the
Oh,
actual
it is in the
bill.
bill.
It's line 17.
I believe that would refer to a municipal laptop that does not have someone's or referring to what I said about
Personal devices.
personal devices
Okay.
that potentially do not have the needed security and could be open to some kind of breach.
Okay. Kind of a follow up. Would you be okay if we either took the word secure out, or in some way I just feel like somebody's getting, like, I'm getting bogged down in it right now. So like I feel like I just don't know what a secure laptop.
That's fine.
Like,
I would.
you're talking about somebody who programs computers. I just don't know what that means, like offhand. If there's like a standard, like there's a FISMA standard with the federal government. I just don't know what secure means. I'm not trying to play games. I just literally just don't know what it means.
I would leave that open to the committee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions about secure laptops? No. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is, I'm having trouble reading the last name, but Natch Grays. Oh, it's you, bro. Oh, sorry. Yes.
Nate Grays with the Municipal Association. We support House Bill 447. It is the companion bill to Senate Bill 73. I will note that for some reason, LBA did not include a fiscal note with this bill, but there is one on Senate Bill 73, which you all may want to take a look at. I looked into this a little bit. According to the data that I saw from the Secretary of State's office from September of 2022, there were 195 towns and wards that used the AccuVote machines. According to the fiscal note they provided for the Senate companion bill, direct replacement of those machines would cost between $6,000 and $8,500 per machine. That's a total of $1.17 to $1.65 million for just the new machines. That doesn't necessarily include any sort of maintenance costs or any contracts related to that. That's just the hardware itself. So that's really what our focus would be on, is trying to find funding other than locally raised, aka taxpayer funding, to replace those machines. As mentioned, the HAVA fund is a potential option here. I certainly don't have any objection if there are other sources of funding that the legislature wants to look at. We are aware of the fact that for many years now, the company that has been servicing the machines has said essentially that they're end of life, and we hope that the Ballot Law Commission will be quickly wrapping up the process of certifying new machines, and so those will be able to take the place of the machines that are frankly older than I am. And so we're hopeful that we can find some sort of state funding or federal funding sources so that we can quickly replace those and have all of them ready to go for the next election, whatever election that may be. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? All right. Oh, nope. Representative Kennedy. Ask him for $2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. I probably should have asked this of the sponsor, but this is more just curiosity. Do you know how much money is available from the Help America Vote Act of 2002?
So according to the fiscal note that was on Senate Bill 73, there was 12.7 million in the HAVA fund. I believe that was prepared in late December, early January. So I don't know if there were costs associated with the November election that were just paid out or not. The Secretary of State's office would have to speak to that. But that's what was reported to the other body.
Follow up.
So that's the money available to us, 12.7 million.
I would
To New
assume
Hampshire.
so.
Okay.
Oh, money. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I think you mentioned your estimate on how much the total cost would be for replacement of machines. Can you just clarify what that would be, the total number?
Sure. So there were 195 towns or wards that used the AccuVote machines. So the total number, with me doing the math, was between 1.17 million and 1.65 million. I think it depends on which vendor they end up certifying as able to be replacing the current machines.
Follow up, please.
Oh, yep, of course.
If these HAVA funds are not made available to municipalities to replace these machines, who pays for the replacement of machines?
That would be the local taxpayer.
Thank you.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, sir. Human nature being what it is, wouldn't communities that currently do not use this kind of technology, electronic ballot counting machines, consider this to be some kind of free money, since previously that community would have had to pay for it? Now they don't. They're seeing that other communities don't have to do that if it's being paid for with HAVA funds, and that would render these estimates inaccurate at best. Wouldn't that start happening?
So there are a total of 308 polling places throughout the state. 113 use hand count. 195 use ballot counting devices. At this point, there wasn't specificity in the bill as to how the Secretary of State would allocate those funds. That goes to Representative Bohm's question. If their interest was direct replacement, it would only be what I told you. If it was the case they wanted to open it up to the other 113 that we're looking at it, there's potentially additional costs. I can't do math that quickly, but I assume the total cost of just the machines without the maintenance would be somewhere under $3 million.
Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Who actually in the town will be approving these purchases of the machines, of new machines or any other devices?
So if it's a grant program, any sort of unanticipated, it would be considered unanticipated money. It could be accepted by the select board, assuming the select board has been authorized by the town meeting to do so under RSA 3195B. And they could expend any of those grant funds in line with the purpose of the grant. So that would be if it covered the whole cost of the machine. If there's some sort of match or there's some sort of local allocation, that would have to be done as part of the budgeting process, which would occur at town meeting. Obviously, cities are different, but.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the number of places that have the machines and be replaced. Does that include, do you have a total number of machines, not the total number of towns?
I can get you the link to the spreadsheet from the Secretary of State's website that gives you data about that. I think it was 195 machines total, but I could be wrong about that. I know that was the wards and towns. It's possible that some wards have more than one machine, or I know that they do. I don't know that that was in my count.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, and my question is, the amount of money you said,
Mhm.
I mean, that's what we need for, right? Is the total number of machines that is going to pay for, not the total number of towns or whatever.
Like I said, I can give you I will forward to the committee the the link to the spreadsheet on the Secretary of State's website that tells you which town and how many machines. So you can check my math.
Further questions? All right. It's pretty easy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Olivia Zink with Open Democracy Action.
Good morning, members of the committee. I hope you all got here safely and will get home safely in the snowstorm. For the record, my name is Olivia Zink. I live in Franklin, and I represent Open Democracy Action, a nonpartisan nonprofit based here in Concord. Local election officials are the bedrock of our democracy, and they deserve more support. House Bill 447 helps election workers with the resources needed to replace ballot devices. We just heard that we have over 300 polling places. I have the list printed out of the 129 towns or communities that have ballot counting devices, but my city, the city of Franklin, has 3 wards, 3 polling places, and 3 ballot counting devices. So this list just has the date of when the device was purchased, not how many devices each community has. So if there's another spreadsheet, that would be great to have. Candia and Canterbury both purchased devices February 1996. So making those machines 27 years old. They were purchased when I was in high school. It may be time for us to be looking at new devices. We know due to an NHPR story that the ballot counting devices starting in 2024, state manufacturers will no longer be able to produce parts for the older models. These machines are in need of parts and services and will need to be replaced in the next 2 years. As we've heard, the Secretary of State's office has $12.8 million of HAVA funds that could be used to purchase these machines. This grant system might operate similar to the CARES grant system during COVID, where municipalities were able to receive grant monies in administering the elections. I urge you to please vote ought to pass of House Bill 447, and happy to take any questions.
Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. If these ballot counting devices fail in 2024 and there's no parts, what happens to the counting of ballots? Who is doing that?
The election workers would do a hand count if a device fails.
Follow up, please.
Of course.
In Manchester, if there's a failure of ballot counting machines in 2024, which would be a presidential election, which I would think would result in a higher voter participation, more ballots. Do you know how long it would take election workers to hand count in a large municipality like a Manchester or another?
Manchester might be the wrong example because I know that if a machine fails in Manchester, they've moved a machine from a different polling place because Manchester has multiple machines. But say it's Derry or Bedford is another large municipality. It would take hours, and I would think that you would want to pull a whole team in at 7 o'clock if you knew you were hand counting for hand counting. And I know that at least in 2022, town clerks and moderators were in search of people to come in to do the 7 o'clock shift to help count. So that was a need. And I think that in other communities where there's smaller hand counts, it takes hours, if not, 2 or 3 in the morning that you're there hand counting.
Follow up, please.
Yep.
I remember from previous testimony that the Secretary of State's office had talked about the need to recruit more volunteers for working elections. How should I phrase this? If a large municipality is potentially facing hours and hours and hours of hand counting, what do you think that would do to the recruitment of election worker volunteers?
I think that it's right now difficult to recruit election workers. I know I'm a single mom. I work the polls in my community, and I'm lucky my mom takes my daughter overnight on election night because I say, just keep her overnight because I don't know what time I'm going to be home. But I think that we're seeing more of that grandparent generation age out of being poll workers, and the need to recruit more working families and others to be poll workers. And I think that as that transition begins to happen, where you have more working families that have to get up and go to work the next morning, it's going to be hard to make a commitment to our democracy that needs to stay up until several hours into the night. I know I remember talking to Representative Kathy Holzel on this committee, and she said to me, I was up until 3 a.m. in Raymond. And she's like, it's going to take me a couple of days to feel like a normal human being again. She was back here in election law after that election. But I do think we're not used to working that many hours. I know my town clerk went to work at 4 a.m. to get the elections ready to be opened and worked until 4 a.m. during the primary, and she worked a 24-hour day. Our town clerks are, it happens every so often, but I do think that it's hard on them.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. Next up, Representative Alvin C. from Loudon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Election Law Committee. I just wanted to point out that all the cities and towns have already been notified of the pending obsolescence of the AccuVote machines. My town of Loudon has already, our budget hasn't been approved yet this year, but in this year's budget, we'll have a line item for new voting machines. So towns and cities should be planning ahead. And I don't think it's necessarily appropriate for the state to suddenly be giving grants to towns that didn't plan ahead, when there are towns that are planning ahead by putting it in the ballot in their budget this year or maybe next year. So I just wanted to pass that on. Thank you.
Fair enough. Questions? Will you be taking questions?
I'll take questions if there are any.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Mackenzie St. Germain from America Votes.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Mackenzie St. Germain. I'm the campaign director for the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights and America Votes New Hampshire. I'm here today in support of HB 447. This legislation is really crucial to support our towns, our election officials, and our overall election infrastructure as we need to replace our aging ballot counting devices. The current ballot counting device we use in New Hampshire cities and towns was first introduced in 1989. As others have said, it's older than them, it's also older than me. These devices are no longer built, they're no longer available for sale. Parts are no longer manufactured, so any parts that are needed need to be taken from old machines and put into functioning ones. In 2019, the president of LHS Associates, which is the company that services the AccuVote devices, expressed concerns around the software used with the machines since they use Windows XP, which is an operating system that has not been supported by Microsoft in years. Another example of kind of the need for new ones in Connecticut, these devices are also used, their primary is in the summertime. They had a very hot primary day and the devices started melting. There are stories about this. As we talk about moving the primary potentially in the state, these are all things we really need to think about in terms of the urgency of replacing these devices as soon as possible. In 2022, Union Leader article, LHS Associates also spoke before the Committee on Voter Confidence. They said their intention was to support this machine through the 2024 election. We are getting close to that date, and that this technology is phasing out the system that we use. Although these machines are still functioning and accurate, New Hampshire communities are really working on borrowed time right now. If these devices need parts on election day or in the lead up to election day that are not available from other machines, if towns have software issues, even large towns will need to hand count their ballots, which adds stress to our election officials and also puts at risk our timely same night election results, which New Hampshire voters expect and they should expect. And if folks are voting, are counting until early in the morning, that puts at risk those same night results, and it also puts at risk voter confidence. The Ballot Law Commission is currently working on certifying the new devices, but none have been approved yet. So without support from the state towns will be required to purchase their own election equipment, funding these purchases from their own budgets. The Secretary of State recently shared before this committee at your orientation, I believe, that there were $12.8 million in the Help America Funds account. One of the specifically mentioned uses for Help America Vote Act funds on the Help America Vote Act website, which is available for everyone to see, is replacing and updating voting systems. So this directly fits into the purpose of those funds. Utilizing a purchase of these already existing HAVA funds is a fiscally responsible choice, removes the burden from town budgets, and protects our election infrastructure. You know, I think I can assume everyone on this committee has an interest in saving taxpayer dollars and making fiscally responsible decisions where we can, and utilizing funds that already exist to fund these important purchases. And this bill does exactly that. It makes sure that our elections can continue to run smoothly and supports the election infrastructure and the election officials who are really the backbone of our New Hampshire elections. Finally, I wanted to add that this legislation does meet two of the recommendations made by the Special Committee on Voter Confidence last year. One was to replace our ballot counting devices, and the other was to utilize state and federal funds to implement the report's recommendations and enable local communities to have the resources needed to conduct their elections. So thank you for your time, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? All right, thank you. Last up is Secretary of State Dave Scanlon. Representative Wood, can you go ahead and grab the blue sheet for me?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I appear today in opposition to House Bill 447. There are actually two issues being discussed at this hearing today, one more than others. The big factor is the need or the urgency to replace our existing ballot counting devices. It is an urgent issue. I don't agree that it is as urgent as has been expressed in some of the testimony today. We have time, and the Ballot Law Commission is aggressively working towards the approval of a new device that could be put in place maybe by 2024 for some communities, but more likely something that would be ready for 2026. That issue, however, is being used as a reason to raid the election fund, which contains the federal HAVA monies supplied through the passage of the Help America Vote Act in 2003. And this is an issue that has been coming before the legislature now for the last probably half a dozen years, if not more. And those states that have spent down their HAVA funds on items like this are now going before the federal government asking for more money to fund their election processes. When the Help America Vote Act passed in 2003, there were certain things that were required by the federal government. One, that every state had or created a statewide centralized voter database. Two, that there would be accessible voting equipment in every polling place. That there would be substantive poll worker training that would take place as a result of those funds, voter education, and then monies available to the Attorney General's office to enforce the provisions of the Help America Vote Act. At the time, New Hampshire received about $17 million as its share of those funds to get that job done. And the legislature at the time created the policy of allowing the Secretary of State's office to spend a portion of those funds on an annual basis to meet the requirements of the Help America Vote Act, so that the funds could be kept ideally in perpetuity, but as long as possible before the monies would be spent down and we would have to tap our own state general fund, our state taxpayer dollars, to fund those programs. So here we are 20 years after the Help America Vote Act passed. We have a fund that is in excess of $12 million. At the moment, that has allowed us to spend right around $1 million every year to administer the Help America Vote Act mandates. So what have we done with those monies? Well, we probably spent about $6 million of the initial funds that we received early on to create a brand new centralized voter database and add uniformity to that process. We put an accessible voting system in every polling place, and we're currently on the third generation of accessible voting equipment in the polling place, and we're working on enhancements to that. Those items are paid for out of the election fund. In addition to that, we have an excellent poll worker training program that we've been able to expand every year, where individuals in the Secretary of State's office travel around the state, putting on training sessions for local election officials. And in addition to that, we have started putting those trainings up online, whether it's on YouTube or whether they're WebEx trainings, so that they can be used multiple times in an election cycle. That training has to be updated every year because of the laws that are passed by the legislature, and those laws have to be reflected in the training materials that we put on. I think all of you have a copy of the election procedure manual, and you've seen how thick that has gotten over the years, but that is the result of the activity that we undertake with the funds, with the federal funds. The federal government has given us additional funds over the years. I have to try and get my dates right, but around 2020, when cybersecurity was a big issue, we received a significant amount of money, I believe it was around $3 million, to address concerns that were initiated by foreign actors hacking into state election databases. And so we use those funds to put in place important protections, penetration testing, embedded security in our database and things like that. And then the balance of those funds we were able to use to actually bring the balance of the fund up to where it should be, because it had been dropping over the years due to low interest rates. And then in 2022, I'm sorry, it would have been 2020. It would have been, actually, the security funds would have been probably around 2018. 2020, we had the pandemic, and we received an additional $3.2 million in federal funds for the pandemic, all of which, except for about $300,000, we sent directly to the cities and towns through a grant process, which was established by the number of absentee ballots that a community sent out. We kept it simple. The $300,000, we had to use to hire a CPA firm to keep track of the records of how those funds were being distributed so that we could meet the requirements of the federal audit that is required on a regular basis on how those HAVA funds are spent. House Bill 447 actually calls for a grant program. I can tell you if we initiate a program where we're receiving applications for certain grants, that there is a tremendous amount of record keeping that would go along with that, not only at the state level, but the local level, so that we have the information required to provide to the feds that those monies were appropriately spent at every level. We're getting ready to receive another grant, which is for security purposes primarily, but it can be used for the other items that are appropriate to be spent with HAVA funds. And you know, with those monies, to the extent that it is above and beyond the base amount that we need to keep our programs running properly, then there may be opportunities to send that money back to the cities and towns. My preference would be to do it like we did with the pandemic funds, that it be done in a uniform way so that the record keeping is straight. In terms of providing equipment or using the money to provide equipment for our local communities, in the first instance, it has always been that the municipalities in New Hampshire have been responsible for conducting the elections in the state. It is a local decision on whether a town or city is going to hand count its ballots or use a ballot counting device. Many of the larger towns are using the ballot counting devices because it saves them money. And therefore, it should continue, in my opinion, to be a local decision on whether they're going to purchase those machines or not. The same is true with electronic poll books, is that even though they have not been completely approved for use in New Hampshire, they can be used as long as they have a parallel process of maintaining their checklist in the event that they break down. And there have been failures of those devices elsewhere around the country. The towns that are using them, the 16 polling places that are using them, find that they are saving the town money because it is making the lines to obtain a ballot move faster. At the end of the night, they simply have to push a couple of buttons on the keypad, and the number of voters that checked in is instant. They don't have to go through the individual pages of the marked checklist, counting those numbers up. And then we are finalizing the process of developing an interface so that the communities that are using the electronic poll books can actually upload the data that they've collected in the poll book to our voter database, thereby saving the supervisors of the checklist a tremendous amount of time and effort re-entering that data into their laptops. So there's more savings that are realized there. The bottom line is that the state has been incredibly responsible using those HAVA funds in a very efficient and effective way. And I think it would be very short-sighted if we start making attempts to spend down that money on one-time things, putting us in danger of reaching the point where we can't sustain that fund, because in the end, the taxpayers have to fund the bill. And if we spend down all of the HAVA funds, we're going to be asking for over $1 million every year from the general fund. If the issue of funding e-poll books not e-poll books, but the ballot counting devices is urgent and important public policy. And, you know, it's the desire of this committee to address that, then I would suggest that you request those monies from the general fund and keep our election fund healthy to do the job that we have been doing right along. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I understand the need for conserving a large amount of the funds, but my understanding is that this bill would only ask for a portion, say 2 to 3 million, which is above that excess that we've had before. Is that not your reading of the bill, or is there something that I'm missing?
Well, that's the way I understand the amendment that may be proposed. I did not read that into the bill. Even so, I think that the Secretary of State's office and the state has managed those funds effectively. If there is an excess in there that we determine that we can help, you know, a one-time program that won't need to be sustained in the future, then we'll certainly take a look at that.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Hamer.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Are you aware that the tabulators that we use in Manchester's 12 wards are on their last legs?
I am aware that every AccuVote counting device is near the end of its useful life.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have a question about the revenue and fund sources. So it looks like interest is what's a revenue, and also the portion of sales statewide checklists. Is that correct? Or are there any other revenues that incorporate in that total?
Those are I'll call them the regular revenue sources for the election fund. When the federal government makes additional monies available through the Help America Vote Act, they usually require a match of some kind. So the $1 million that is coming available requires a 20% match. So we will come up with $200,000 from somewhere, and it may be other monies, other state monies that we use for technology related to elections that we can credit towards that. But I believe we have to pass that through the election fund so that we can make the proper credit on the books for receiving, for making the match requirement of those funds.
Further questions? Representative Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question on the new machines that you're looking at now, you know what the cost will be for those machines?
My understanding is that the cost is somewhere between $6,000 and $9,000 per machine, and it will depend on which one the Ballot Law Commission approves. They may approve two. I don't know that it makes sense to approve more than that, because New Hampshire is a small market for those machines. And the problem with the newer, I won't say the problem, I mean, the technology that comes with the newer machines is great. I mean, they're digital scan devices as opposed to optical scan, which means that the newer devices can actually record an image of every single ballot that goes through. But the companies that make those want to sell an election system, not just the machine. And so we're going to have to do some negotiating to get what we want and not what they would like to sell us, because those additional systems are quite a bit more expensive.
Follow
Follow up, and I will flag for the committee. We have to be back at 1 o'clock.
Right.
So if you do want to break, expediency.
What is I remember when we first bought our machine in early 90s, it was $7,500. What's the current cost of an AccuVote machine, the last that you know of?
Yeah, I really don't have a good, I
Okay.
thought it was less than that,
Yeah.
but I don't have a number.
Yeah,
Okay. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, again. Are there other funds available that you could make, that are coming maybe from the federal government that might be available to the towns that are not HAVA funds?
Not that I am aware of. Sometimes the Department of Health and Human Services makes monies available, but I'm not aware of any current grants or offerings that they're making.
Representative Prim O'Brien.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions. I'll try to get them all wrapped up in one. I went back and looked at the original mandate of the HAVA funds from 2002 or 3 when it was passed. And it was really targeting the ballots that had the punch cards, and they wanted those replaced because, of course, what they had just gone through. Are states replacing with electronic ballot counting machines now? Is that mandate kind of expanded to replace that? And are states doing that as a general course? They're replacing machines like this, and are other states doing that right now?
When HAVA originally passed, one of the provisions in there was that states that used the punch card ballot counting method had to replace them. New Hampshire didn't fall into that category. At the time, many states had a statewide voter registration database. New Hampshire did not, so that's where those funds went. When some of the states, and in states outside of New England, a lot of the election organizations are done by county, not by the Secretary of State as a whole. But many of those election administration entities replace the punch cards with just electronic recording devices, no paper ballots. And so, they use the money to purchase those. And of course, over time, those fell out of favor because of, no paper receipt or paper record. And so they ended up having to replace those as well. The short answer to your question, though, is yes, some states are using HAVA funds to purchase equipment.
Follow up.
I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but I did the math based on all the numbers that were being thrown out of 9,000 machines, $9,000 per machine times 308, because I was thinking that many current hand count towns would want to take advantage of these funds if they were available. But that's not really the whole picture. That does not include towns such as mine, Derry. I think we have 6 or 8, I can't recall, ballot counting machines. Manchester, I don't know how many ballot counting machines they have. So that fee that I came up with of about $3,000 would actually be much greater when you consider towns that would want to replace many machines. Is that correct? Do you know how many machines that are online right now, for example?
I think I would agree with you from the standpoint that if the state were going to pay for the machines, that there would be towns that don't currently have ballot counting devices that would want them. But I think you do reach a point where the town becomes so small that it's still faster to count ballots by hand. The cost benefit just wouldn't be there. And then I think the towns that currently use them probably have the number of ballot counting devices that they need. So I wouldn't see a large increase from the towns that currently have them wanting more just because the state was paying for it.
Okay. I'm gonna close. We've got to go. We'll be back at 1. Unless you want to recess this and reopen it at 1, can we do that? Last one.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Can you clarify the amount of HAVA funds that are currently available? We've heard a few different numbers, 12.8, 11.9, 12.9. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding where we currently stand in the HAVA balance.
Yeah, so the number that I have on the spreadsheet printed from our office is, looks like it's 12.9.
Okay. I have questions, Secretary Scanlon. I'm not going to hold the committee with it. I will announce the question I'm going to send you in writing, and it basically expresses my frustration with this process, which is what is taking so long with the machines. I don't want the answer now. I'm going to send it to you in writing, but I think that is kind of the crux of this bill. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing. We will be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. All right, it's 1 o'clock. We don't need a quorum, as we found out earlier today. Gonna open up the hearing on House Bill 590, allowing the removal of political advertisements containing a candidate's name and which appear to be the candidate's advertising on public property by the candidate. Representative Bohm, committee member, it's good to see you. Representative Bohm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members of the election law. I'll just wait a second. Hi, I'm Ralph Bohm, Hillsborough District 14, in the town of Litchfield. This bill is fairly simple. It adds to RSA 664-17, starting on line 12 in the amendment. And any political advertising on public property bearing the candidate's name and that appears to be the candidate's advertising may be removed by the candidate. We've all seen seen the ads. They've been around for years. Many years ago in my Senate district, there was a candidate named Cruz. The weekend before the election, signs were placed directly in front of the candidate's sign, like that much, with an identical looking sign that said, "Vote Cruz, you lose." Despicable. This past election, there were a lot of signs against Caroline Levitt and Don Bulldog and others. KKK Airline, for one. Signs saying the candidates were against or for something they weren't. Since these signs were made to look like the candidate signs, and after the election, if left up, the candidate would probably be blamed. So this bill will allow the candidates to remove those signs. Some people believe that the end justifies the means, and it doesn't matter how. We all talk about fair election. This isn't fair. This bill will make it a waste of money to do this false advertising. But if not, then I will be buying signs next year. And thank you.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
Yes.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Bohm. I do not have a representative, but do need a pink card from you. If you haven't filled one out, shame on you. I don't have any other pink cards for this bill. Representative Wood, can you pass me that blue sheet? Well, thank you. Okay, and there was one person signed in for this bill, not speaking, and that person was for it. With that, I am going to close the public hearing for House Bill 590, and who knows, maybe I'll go back to the cafeteria. I'll see you guys at 1:30. Okay, it's 1:30. So we are going to open the hearing on House Bill 387. Representative Wood, can you please take House Bill 387 to the rostrum desk? And can you introduce it and take no questions? Because you are not the sponsor, and I wouldn't ask you to talk on a bill that you didn't write.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to motion House Bill 387 to the floor for public analysis. This bill permits election ballots to be viewed pursuant to the right to know request.
Thank you,
That's the
Representative Wood.
analysis.
All right. I have one pink card for here. Deputy Secretary Aaron Hennessy, you'll be the first to speak on this bill in earnest. I don't think I have a card, unless I missed it. Did I get a card from the municipal? Hold on, Deputy Secretary, we may. Why don't you go ahead and go, and then we'll fill out the card. No, you can go up first, Nancy. Yeah.
Nate Grace for the Municipal Association. Apologies, I must have forgotten to give you the pink card. We oppose this bill. We are concerned about some of the things that I know that the Deputy Secretary is going to tell you. But realistically, when it comes to the right to know law, I know this isn't the committee that typically handles those. That's typically judiciary. But when it comes to the right to know law, if you as a citizen make a request of your municipality or other governmental body to look at records, they realistically have two options. They can either let you access the original records, or they can give you a copy of those records. In the context of ballots, our concern would be, and voted ballots, our concern would be that if we're allowing people access to records, there is a provision of the right to know law that they can do things like take notes and do other things, which means they will always have one of these with them. So they will always have the ability to do something untoward to the ballot. So there's always the opportunity that they could have some sort of impact on those voted ballots. Obviously, we have a very sophisticated system in place that voted ballots are sealed. They're kept in a sealed location, and I'm sure the Deputy Secretary can go into great detail about that whole process, which the legislature adopted last year to ensure that we have those records in case we need to do a recount, and we know that those records are kept in a manner that they will that we can get an accurate count if we need to do a recount. So that covers the access portion to the records. And the flip side of that is the copy option, where the municipality could provide copies of all of the ballots. That's going to be an enormous cost, both in terms of time and money. If you think about any election with all of the election workers working there, they would have to access the sealed ballots in a manner that allows them to keep track of those, make copies of those in some manner, and provide those to purpose of the right to know law, when the purpose, as stated, is to let the people know what the government is doing. So the only thing they're going to learn from the voted ballots is something that the local election officials in the Secretary of State's office have already disclosed, which is how many people in your town, in your ward, voted for who, which they already know because we already did a count. We did any recounts that may have been requested, and the election results were already certified. So there's nothing here that would reveal anything about the governmental activities. And so for those reasons, we oppose that. And I'm happy to answer any questions any committee members may have.
Questions from the committee? Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. It's my understanding from reading 91A, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that 91A does not specify that only Granite Staters, only New Hampshire residents can file requests. It's my understanding that any citizen, and my reading of it would be any American citizen, would be able to file a 91A right to know request for ballots if this bill were to be passed into law. Is that correct?
So there's no definition in the statute about the word citizen. It's possible that it only relates to New Hampshire citizens. It's possible it's U.S. citizens. There's a U.S. Supreme Court case where the Supreme Court cited 91A and suggested that it meant New Hampshire citizens. Of course, that's the U.S. Supreme Court. They don't interpret New Hampshire law. That would be the New Hampshire Supreme Court. We don't have a ruling on that yet, so I couldn't give you a definitive answer.
Follow up, please.
Yeah, of course.
Given that there's no ruling yet on that, would it be reasonable to expect that someone from across the country, someone affiliated with any group, would be able to make the case that they, under New Hampshire state law, would be able to file a right to know request? And would this bill, given the language in 91A, open the door for a multitude of requests from out-of-state entities?
I think that's possible. I will tell you, under the existing law, there are frequently requests that come from out of state, which we know are from out of state because typically they're companies asking for typically planning and zoning records because they package those up and resell those. So those frequently come from companies in Florida and California, elsewhere. It obviously would be the case that anyone anywhere could make that type of request, and then it would be a question of how we respond to it and what type of litigation, what's the cost of that litigation, the results from that.
Thank you. Can I just have one more follow-up?
Yes.
Are municipalities currently, let me rephrase. Are there some municipalities that struggle to fulfill 91A requests at this time? Is there a struggle that municipalities face?
Yes, so they're all required to respond to 91A requests. The issue comes when you have of what I would call voluminous request, which means that the requester is asking for a large volume of records. So typically you see this in the context of, they request all of the emails to and from the town administrator for the last 6 months. That's a huge volume that has to be captured. It has to be sorted through. Anything that's, going to have private information is going to have to be redacted, removed from those records before it's handed over. Those type of undertakings typically result in the town hiring usually their law firm to come in and do that. That's obviously in the cost of tens of thousands of dollars. And municipalities do see this on a pretty frequent basis. So there is a definite struggle there. If you're looking at something that's going to be comparable in terms of volume of the type of records that you're going through. Obviously, this is a little bit different because it's ballots, but still someone's going to have to go through and copy each one of those and somehow annotate it in a way that they are going to understand, I've already copied that box. I need to move to this box, which is just going to be a logistical headache.
One more,
It's fine.
please. Would requesting to view all ballots be considered a voluminous request for
So
91A?
I use the term voluminous request. That's not in the statute. I would consider it a voluminous request, but I don't know that everyone would agree with me on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have you sit down. We're going to bring you back. We're not done with you yet. The sponsor is here. So we'll get the sponsor and sponsor intent for this bill, and then we'll bring you back up if that's okay. Welcome to Election Law.
Thank you. Sorry, trying to be in two places at the same time for two different bill hearings. Representative Hole, serving the towns of Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allenstown, and Epsom, here on behalf of House Bill 387, right, permitting ballots to be viewed under a right to know request. Current law prohibits ballots and certain materials from being seen by anybody other than those who show up at a recount. Been through lots of recounts. Dunbarton still hand counts their ballots, so I see lots of ballots every election cycle as long as I'm not on the ballot. This is different than there was a similar bill heard by this committee recently relative to ballots being accessed. This is slightly different, and I'm going to highlight lines 21 through 25 on the right. A ballot assuming it at some level is anonymous, right? There's a bunch of checked boxes, okay? Doesn't necessarily describe who filled it out, how it was filled out, how the person voted. However, canceled and uncast ballots, right? Rejected absentee ballots, a bunch of these actually have confidential information because there's a name somehow tied to this short list of ballots, right? Ballots that are in the box that have been cast that weren't challenged, okay, are effectively anonymous data. That's different than the ones that I highlighted and left. So I basically said, make all the ones that are anonymous data available to the public. And the benefit to this is we already have machines that scan these. They do some work for calculating and tabulating votes as well. But high-speed scanners are readily available. The technology is off the shelf. And the benefit to scanning and publishing the original data and making it available if someone comes in with a right to know request is anybody can go verify that their ballot was counted. They know what the pattern was. They may have done check marks all the way down and then one looked more like an X. So they can look through that pile and say, yep, I see my ballot was in there. And when I added up all the ones for my race or this other race that I was concerned about, I see that the numbers match. It's not hard to start thinking about storing this data long term anyway. We store a lot. Most of the world is moving to storing electronic files. If we have them as electronic files, there's no reason why the PDFs couldn't be available under a simple right to know request. I do think we have to pay attention to the list of ballots that I mentioned in 21 through 25, because those are no longer anonymous level data. You could actually try and figure out, based on a absentee ballot that wasn't turned in, that arrived at the town clerk's office too late, if that's available, someone can open it up and know, well, so John Smith over here voted this way because I saw his ballot and I saw it tied to the name. I don't ever want to allow that to happen. I don't ever want to, I want to keep voting anonymous. That's an important part of this. So, but there's no reason why we can't see the rest of the ballots. And for those who run the ballots through the machines already, we're used to this being a stack of ballots. We're used to those who go to recount seeing everybody's ballot. The only difference between those who request a recount and the rest of the state in terms of ballot exposure is someone didn't ask for a recount. If literally you could make 100% of the ballots available tomorrow without a right to know request at the next election by requesting a recount in every state rep race, and the same thing would take place. All of that information would be available. I don't think it's overly burdensome. I think we're going to be moving in the direction long term of having some sort of machine that scans these anyway, and at that point the PDF file is available, and if the town clerk needs to release the PDF file, it's literally email the PDF file out. There's no reason why we can't scan the ballots fully the night of the election and store them digitally. So with that, I'll close my testimony and answer any questions if there are any.
I am sure there will be questions. Questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the time to answer the question. So about, I think half the towns do hand counts now. What provision would you see for tabulating, or I hate using that word, counting those hand count towns?
So I believe we have funds remaining in one of the federal grants for running elections and election integrity. There's no reason why we couldn't provide to each of the towns a high-speed scanner capable of the town clerk scanning the file after the election and making scanned images available, just like you would for almost any other right to know request is typically done electronically as opposed to physical paper copies.
Take a follow-up? Okay. Further questions from the committee? Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Prior to drafting this bill or requesting this bill be drafted, did you happen to consult with any town clerks about the ballot handling process or about filling 91A requests and how that works through the
So
municipal offices?
I did talk about making the public, I did talk with several town clerks and supervisors of the checklist about making the ballots public, right? And they agreed that that is the best and surest way to make sure that we have integrity in our elections. As an engineer, right, I always looking at the original data, and the best way to show that our system works is to publish the original data. Now, in terms of the process on election night, where they collect all the ballots, they put them in the boxes, they seal the boxes up with a special tape, they sign and autograph everything, and then they go into some vault. You can't do it, right? You can't then necessarily go back the day after and open those boxes back up. What you're going to want to do is scan the ballots on the way into the boxes so the images are available.
Follow up, please.
Yep.
Are you aware that currently our ballot counting machines do not have digital scanning, and that the machines that we are considering for the future purchase may have that capability, but there's no guarantee that every municipality would have those machines or high-speed scanning machines for any purpose that would be able to fulfill what is outlined in this bill?
So, yes, the current machines are tabulating machines. They are not high-speed scanning, right, image storage devices. I agree with you there. Future machines will have that inherent hardware. That's how the machines will work. And then they will use software to digitally figure out how the votes are tabulated. So it is possible in the future machines to have them just publish a copy of the image. Now, I'm not sure what machines the Secretary of State's office is looking at, but high-speed scanning technology is readily available, okay? And depending on the size and scope and cost of the machine, it runs from hundreds of images per minute to thousands of images per minute. These machines are very capable. I don't think we're going to go buy a $500,000 high-speed image scanner for every town, but they do have machines that are set up to scan thousands of images in real time. I think what we would want to do is outfit each town with one of these, and as part of the process, go ahead and before the ballots go into the box, scan the whole thing and store that file.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
I don't see a fiscal note attached to this bill. So who and how are we paying for the high-speed scanning devices for every municipality? And who is paying for the cost of the election workers' time in scanning all of this as well? Who's responsible for those costs?
And so typically legislators don't craft the financial notes. Various departments do that. And I'm not sure why this one doesn't have a fiscal note of any sort. I do believe there is still money retained or remaining in some of the federal grants under the Secretary of State for election integrity that we could use to cover the cost of hardware to do this going forward.
One more follow up, please.
You know not the question. You know not the statement you just made, Representative Rule. What follow up?
This bill has an effective date 60 days after passage, so I'm just wondering where are we coming up with the funding for these municipalities within those 60 days after passage if this were to succeed in every step along the way?
So, am I correct that there was a pool of money for election integrity at one point? This goes back at least 2 years ago. Maybe it's been depleted, but I thought there were several $1 million set aside for election integrity related issues under the Secretary of State's office.
I couldn't tell you exactly how much. I pray to God you're not referring to HAVA funds because we just sat through that for a while. So
okay. And in reference to the 60 days, right? The next election is quite a ways out. This bill isn't likely to pass before the municipal elections this fall. So what we're talking about is potentially city elections in November and or the subsequent 2024 elections.
Would you like a follow-up, Representative Brennan? Look like the gears are turning.
Yes,
Go
I
for it.
would, if you don't mind. So this bill is based on the premise that we're going to have new ballot counting machines prior to 2024 that is paid for some way, shape, or form. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. Can you just explain where the funding is coming from and how this could possibly be enacted 60 days after passage or by 2024?
I believe the representative just spoke to the funding. Whether or not the answer was acceptable to you or not is fine. The question about the implementation speed is valid, so I will allow that forward.
Thank you.
So because 60 days to implement this doesn't mean that there's an election on day 61. The next elections that this would have to be in place for are either the likely elections of November this year, which is 6 months out, or at least 4 months after the bill potentially could be signed into law, assuming it's in the July timeframe, and then the subsequent elections in 2024. High-speed scanning devices start at about $1,000 and they work up depending on the throughput you need. Some of the ones are significantly more expensive, but you don't need a $25,000 scanner for a town of 1,000 people when you can do it in 10 minutes using something that does whatever, 20, 50 pages a minute.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Who is going to pay for the staff and the time that staff is going to take for all of these 91A requests that will be forthcoming?
So if the ballots are available and are already scanned, I'm going to answer this in two parts, right? On election night, prior to the ballots being put into the boxes and sealed and stored, if those documents are scanned ahead of time, the 91A request is relatively simple. It's send them a copy of the file. This is not a difficult task or a significant amount of time. In terms of what takes place that night, currently town clerks spend a lot of time, especially in hand-counted towns, double checking their math, making sure that the overvotes, the undervotes, all the list goes on. You guys are much more aware of it than I am. All of those boxes are checked and all of those things are tabulated. I've sat at tables with another person right in Dunbarton every election cycle counting ballots. If long term you could do the effort of scanning these and allowing them to be under a 91A, we could start to cut back on some of those additional requests we've made of the town clerks, making it even easier to get the counting done, right? They do the counting, they count all the offices, they scan them, and they release them. And then if someone wants to go look to see whether there was a bunch of undervotes or overvotes or all the other things that we look for, they could do that on their own time and not require that of the town clerk.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative Hull, for taking my question. Been reading lines 17 through 21 on page 1. My question relates to those lines. There's two sentences there. The first reads, ballots shall not be exempt from the provisions of RS 91A. That's understandable.
Yep.
The next sentence, beginning in the last quarter of line 19, says, this exemption shall apply to any ballots or absentee voter affidavits. Maybe I'm reading this wrong, but it seems that this exemption shall apply to any ballots. How does it not contradict the first sentence starting on line 17?
So I think the exemption and goes to, where is it? There was a section in law about them, right, about 91A, and I think it's a different section of law relative to what is allowed under 91A and not, and ballots are exempted under that section.
Right.
So this was an exemption statute, right, in paragraph 2.
Right, but the first sentence.
Follow-up?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Follow up, please.
Yep.
All right, but the first sentence says ballots shall not be exempt from the provisions of 91A, and the next sentence says this exemption shall apply to any ballots.
Oh, I see what you're saying, the any ballots comment.
Yeah.
Fair point. That might be a drafting thing that came out of OLS. We were trying to deal with canceled and uncast ballots, right, versus the generic ballots.
Okay. Thank you.
I can take one more. I have a 2 o'clock.
All right. Hey, look at that. All right. You may not even get one more. Any further questions? Oh, yep. Representative Muirhead's not going to let you out of there. I'm going to defer to Burnham. All right. Representative Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just a little confused. We're talking about image scanners. I'm not really seeing that term in this bill.
It is not in this bill, right? It is the easiest way to deal with making the ballots available. Instead of handing someone who comes into the town office the stack of sealed boxes, what you do is you scan them on the way into the sealed boxes, and then those images are available later on for 91A.
Follow up, please. Sorry.
We have time for a follow-up?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just related to the same thing. So really, this is really determinant on the equipment at the time of elections. Is that correct?
It is determined upon you could implement this now, right? And if you saw an abundance of people asking for requests for 91A, by the next election cycle, you would want to make sure the machines are in place to do this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Is that it for you? Thank you, Representative. We'll bring the NHMA back up so we can keep going grilling on him and move on.
May I have one comment?
It's your testimony, so yeah.
Notwithstanding any prior testimony that I may have given today, I would not support any effort to use HAVA funds to purchase high-speed scanners for the purpose of scanning devices, because I don't see how that helps anyone vote. Happy to take questions.
Okay. Are there questions from the committee? I will have some, so if someone wants to get in before I do, go for it. So your testimony that was interrupted, concern was, I just want to kind of recap the municipal association's concerns. So you have concerns about the cost, who's going to pay for the staff time or the scanner or whatever. So you have costs about that. And then you had one other question. I'm asking my own follow-up here, but you had another concern about the
potential of tampering.
Potential tampering of ballots. But if it's after the election has been certified and all the legal challenges are done, who cares?
Well, that's a good question. I would say that generally speaking, we are keeping the ballots for the period specified in the statute and then disposing them as such for the purpose of whether they need to be recounted or whether further action needs to be taken. And that's why we're preserving them in the sealed containers. And so that's why I think we would care about them.
Okay. So you're saying that we care about them because the federal government requires us to keep for 22 months, so that's why we care about them.
Yes.
Okay. So my last question is so let's say the money question disappears, and it's after the election, so nothing can change, even if they find the most horrendous counting known to man. At that point, does the association have any concerns if those two things are alleviated? We find a magical way that the magical money tree pays for everything, and the elections cannot be changed. What other concerns does the municipal association have at that point?
Well, if the magical money tree is paying for all the staff time, is paying for, the scanning or whatever copy needs to occur. And on that point, I just want to add that the New Hampshire Supreme Court has ruled in a couple cases, Taylor versus SAU 55 and Green versus SAU 55, and those are from around 2017, that electronic records are the ones that have to be produced electronically. Everything else is, paper records are produced paper copies. They don't have to be scanned and emailed. But if the magical money tree has paid for everything, then we're not really concerned because it's paying for the costs of all of this production and all of this effort going into it. That really covers the scope of our production concerns.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question. Oh, just my stutter's kicking in. Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. In reading 91A, there are provisions beyond copying that a person might be able to access a requested document, including photographing or videoing. With technology being what it is now, does the Municipal Association have any concerns about the integrity of our ballots, given that anyone with an iPhone could take a picture of however many ballots and manipulate that with a free, easy to use, photo app? Are there any questions about the trust in our elections or the integrity of our ballots with that potential for manipulation?
So we really have policies relating to the process, and those all go towards ensuring that the election goes smoothly and the count is accurate, and that builds into the election integrity. But I think the Secretary of State would be better positioned to answer your question.
Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, any Representative Wood?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If we looked at phasing this in as we get the new equipment, it seems to me that we're going to have this digital record. We're going to have this argument coming down the line. That data sitting around for 22 months, nobody looking at it is not what I envision going forward. If we phase this in, if this had a amendment to phase it in, so that we're basically talking about data that comes free from these machines, some management, would that have the same concern? I understand your concern you said before.
So there are a couple things that I want to raise that I don't know the answer to. First, I have no idea what the new machines are capable of, what capabilities they are. I'm sure the Secretary of State could answer those questions for you with the different vendors. And then, as far as having essentially a data file, basically a long PDF with different ballots on each, a different ballot on each page, you're only going to have that for machine counted ballots. You're not going to have that in the 113 locations where they're hand counts. You're not going to have that for any of the affidavit ballots that occur where someone comes and registers for the first time without any paperwork and they have to put their ballot in the side pocket. So you may end up with the perception of saying, hey, we've, use Concord as an example because we use machines here. They release a PDF for each ward and someone goes through and adds those up, but that's not going to be the total number of ballots that are actually counted because you have a whole bunch that went in the side pocket that were hand counted, that were tabulated in as part of the paperwork that's sent to the Secretary of State's office that's part of the vote count. So you do risk the possibility of having not captured every ballot, and that may impinge upon people's belief about whether the count was valid or not.
Any further questions from the committee? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will take Deputy Secretary Hennessy. See, you were going to go first and then last. And that was 35 minutes ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Erin Hennessy, Deputy Secretary of State. And although I really appreciated Representative Wood's introduction of the bill, I'm glad to have heard from the sponsor to get an understanding of what he was aiming towards. So Last week, this committee heard House Bill 415, which, pointing out again, didn't have an FN but should have. And I testified for a significant amount of time on that one. And apologize. I should have said we are opposed to this bill. I'm going to do the same today, and I apologize for shifting around. But I think I want to first start out at the language of the bill. I know this committee likes to look at the words and what they mean and how they're structured, and we did this earlier today. But to Representative Quayle's point, when you look at the language on lines 19, 20, actually that whole paragraph, it says ballots shall not be exempt from the provisions of RSA 91A. And then it refers to the exemption. So I'm not quite sure. There does appear to be some sort of drafting error, but in that same next sentence there, it says, the exemption shall apply to any ballots or absentee voter affidavits prepared for or used in any election conducted by the state or any political subdivision, including federal elections. So prepared for or used in is all election material. So it's all ballots that were not actually used. So those have been prepared for an election, and the ones used in were the ones that someone cast a ballot on or spoiled or anything like that. And then the rest of that sentence says that it applies to state elections, federal elections, and your local municipal elections. And then the next new sentence, canceled and uncast ballots and successfully challenged and rejected absentee ballots still contained in their envelopes prepared, blah, 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 shall be exempt from RSA 91A. So then it says canceled and uncast ballots are exempt from 91A, but it doesn't refer back to affidavits or any of the other envelopes or any of the other election materials prepared for an election. So going back to the last bill last week, HB 415, where I testified that there's outer envelopes, there's inner envelopes, there's the mailing envelopes, there's the affidavit envelopes where somebody has to sign. My reading of this is those materials would have to be scanned as well if somebody wants to have a right to know request. But then getting to a lot of your questions about the scanning part of this bill, nothing in this bill mentions a scanner. Nothing mentions the option of an electronic record. If an electronic record is available under 91A, then you can give them that information electronically. But if it's not available, then you have to make those paper ballots available. If you turn over to the next page, it talks about how a clerk has to store the ballots. And last year, this committee and the Senate committee and the full legislative bodies agreed that our ballots should be stored and there should be a log kept. It should be stored in a locked area, whether a filing cabinet or however the municipality decides, but it needs to be locked and there needs to be a log kept of who goes in and out. So the language in this bill allows for someone to access that locked location. So it's talking about the ballots. So once stored, the containers shall be accessible only to individuals working under the direction of the town clerk as required for recounts by a person filing a right to know request under 91A or as necessary for the Secretary of State to verify the container storage. So this language in here has nothing to do with scanning, as we heard a lot of testimony about it. Someone who files a right to know request, the way this is written, can go into that locked storage area and look at the ballots. That's what access this bill gives them. So that was my testimony about the language of the bill, where there's inconsistencies and again, no mention of scanning. So now I'm going to just chit chat about why we don't like the bill otherwise. So other than all the conflicting language, there's the time constraints mentioned by Representative Brennan. There's nothing in the language of this bill that says this applies to only future elections. So 60 days after this bill were to be signed into law, someone can go into any of your town or city clerk's offices. And again, I would recommend reaching out to them to get their opinion on this bill. And they would have to grant them access to their locked storage container where they've kept their 2022 ballots. It wouldn't apply to this municipal elections in March, but depending on when you have your municipal elections, it could apply to those as well. So again, the ballots are not currently scanned, nor are all the other election materials scanned. So you would give this person and anyone, perhaps from out of state, access to your physical ballots. Just imagine the amount of time that it will take for your local election officials, but also for the state to, if we have any boxes that we've done recounts on, and just a reminder, we had a record recount period for our November elections. The law doesn't consider any of the other laws that would need to be changed related to changing of this, and that if you, I don't know who requested it, but there's a good memo over here on the table written by your committee researcher, and it goes into affidavits and other natures of the 91A laws. But anything related to access of ballots, anything related to affidavits, personal information, those laws would have to be changed as well. Some testimony related to that this bill was so that people can have confidence in our elections, but to Representative Wood's question and the Municipal Association's testimony, not every ballot is going to be scanned by our new scanners when we get them. There's going to be the hand count ballots. There's going to be all the other information that needs to be scanned. So there's, if anything, this might cause more questions to come up. If somebody's trying to recalculate an election to see if that really, the results really were how your town or your ward said they were, or if how the recount ended up, there's going to be ballots that once we do have our new devices that are not scanned. So there's going to be questions that come up from that. At our last hearing related to 415, somebody asked me to look into the Vermont law. I did reach out to Vermont. I haven't heard back on what their access to ballots is, but looking, just my Googling, and again, it's not necessarily the actual law, but they do provide access to ballots, but it's after the, from what I can read, and I'm still waiting for their legal opinion, it's after the public storage information time frame has ended, so nobody can make any changes accidentally or on purpose to the physical ballots during the recount time frame or to the 22-month time frame. Again, I'm still waiting to hear back from them on that. Jumping around again, sorry, the history of the 2013 law change that put ballots in the 91A exemption category. Per my discussions with Secretary Scanlon, who was had just started in my position that time, but was previously in the legislature that had to pass bills related to Help America Vote Act. Ballots were, although they were not exempt from 91A previously, they were not ever open to the public. They were not public access documents before. So this, putting them in as an exemption to 91A, make sure that they wouldn't have public access. So even though the law went into effect at that time frame, it didn't actually change any of the policies in New Hampshire. I just want to reiterate that any of my testimony that I said for the reasons we were opposed to 415 applies to this bill too, and I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, I'm sure there will be some. Representative Prudhomme O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this is written, I think you mentioned there's nothing in here about creating an image. Would this mean that some communities would interpret this to mean they don't need to create an image? Some would think they should, and then there would be things would be unequal. If you were one person in one town was trying to get information, they'd find it differently, and that could be a big mess.
Thank you for the question. So the same, and again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm sure there's somebody here though that is, but this is 91A does not require you to create a an electronic image of something. But if you have it already, then you are supposed to give that, if that's the way they requested the information. So if a town does not have a ballot scanner or a high-speed scanner of any sort, they are not going to be able to provide an electronic image. Somebody that does have one has the option of running their ballots through according to the testimony we heard previously, not according to the language of the bill. So there would be inconsistency on how the information is given out if somebody requests a 91A from every single municipality in the state for ballots.
Further questions? Do you have a follow-up, Representative?
Yes, I'd like to follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also did a little math. So if every community in the state asked for financial help obtaining these scanners, would that fall under Help America Vote Act funding? That be appropriate use of those funds for $308,000 on the cheap side?
Thank you for the question. I would have to look into that. I know that if you were to use a ballot counting device that it would, but I don't know that if you were to purchase scanning equipment for the purpose of 91A that it would. But I'll get that information to you.
Further questions? Representative Burnham, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So ballots obviously come in various sizes. We've talked about this before with another bill as far as page sizes. So that cost would also be involved in the 91A on these ballots, as well as the time. Now, usually what I understand is the 91A is paid for by the person requesting the 91A. Is that correct? No.
The chairman is shaking his head. If
Nope.
you were to ask anyone who has responded, in my opinion, if you were to ask anyone that has to respond to a 91A request, there are limitations on the charges that they can charge for a response to a 91A request, and that those limitations do not cover the cost of a lot of requests.
Follow up?
Yes.
So this is just hypothetical because obviously we don't have image scanners at the moment that are taking pictures. But if we did in the upcoming years, and we had future machines that could immediately scan the ballot as it was tabulating and counting and be saved to some drive that would be available, that would reduce the cost of the request, which would be affordable by the person requesting the 91A. Would that be a feasible change to the 91A request for these ballots?
Thank you for the good question. I think that when we get to that point in time, a couple years from now, when communities do have have ballot scanning devices, that would be a much better time for the legislature to look at this bill or a bill similar to this to see if it's a better option at that point. But to earlier testimony, that does not help half of our municipalities right now that do not have ballot scanning devices. And I just want to remind people, even if a ballot scanning device was provided to a location, there are annual maintenance fees related to that. It's not just a one-time cost.
Further questions? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. I have a question about the length of time we're required to store ballots. So I understand federal elections, according to 33A, 3A, it's 22 months. For non-federal elections, is it just 60 days?
Thank you for the good legal question. My understanding is, yes, it's 60 days and 22 for federal. However, if there is legal action pending, then you can't destroy them. So.
Further questions? Representative Brennan.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. The prime sponsor spoke about a scenario where a voter might pursue a 91A request for ballots, sift through those ballots to try and find their own personal ballot based on the way that they filled out that ballot. Given that scenario, and I remember from other testimony about ballot marks and whatnot, would that type of scenario become more common among voters? Like, would this invite voters to make unusual marks on their ballot so that they could identify their own ballot if they were trying to confirm whether or not their ballot was counted?
Thank you for the question. Yes, perhaps that could happen. Yeah. But I just want to remind people that sometimes people sign their ballot and put their name on it and do other identifying things. So there's also the secrecy issue that might come up.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
So would the Secretary of State's office be concerned about voter integrity and confidence and trust in our elections if ballots were made available to any American citizen that filed a right to know request, given that more people might make unusual ballot markings?
So thank you for the question. I think that we would have two concerns. One being that it could invite ballot purchasing schemes, which could be intricate at that point, but also that you could lose your right to a private ballot.
Further questions? I have some. Relating to ballot privacy, how can that be a concern of yours when we allow people to take pictures of ballots during recounts?
That's a good question.
Follow up, or not even follow up, but different question. What is the purpose of keeping these ballots if they're not to be made available? Like, we're just paying for 22 months of storage. So like, why even store them if we can't look at them?
I'm not quite sure what the federal guideline of 22 months, the history behind that, but I can get that for you.
And the last one is, we did a recount, or I shouldn't say this is the royal we, not the personal we, but there was a recount conducted for state senate this last time that was outside the 3% margin. What was the cost of that, and who paid for it?
Thank you for the question. The cost of that was in the thousands, and I believe most of the cost of that was paid for by the person requesting the recount.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Would you like the exact details
No,
on that? Okay.
I'm more concerned who paid for it. That's it. I think unless somebody else has their pointed questions they'd like to ask. Representative Weary.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. So the sponsor talked about really the intent being for the review of anonymous data. If the magical money tree exists and scanners for everybody and that sort of thing, does the Secretary of State's office have any objections to the electronic review of anonymous data?
Thank you for the question. So I'm not quite sure I understand the anonymous data point, but I do want to say that for voter confidence, we do post-election audits now. We started in the primary. We did 2 locations. We did 4 in the general election. There's a bill that's passed the Senate to make those continue into the future without an end date. And there's more audits that we would have to do in the general election. So to the point of voter confidence that the sponsor spoke to about their vote being counted, I think that would help a voter to have more confidence that when they cast their ballot, it was actually counted by the machine, especially since there's a different type of machine that's doing the counting than is doing the counting locally.
Further questions? All right, I think we're done with your Deputy Secretary. Thank you. We did have one more pink card come in after you started speaking as every secretary. Representative Reed. Is that the 415 amendment?
It is.
We already have that.
Oh, okay. Well, you got two now.
Psychic.
Thank you, honorable members. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockinghamton, that's Newmarket and Newfields. And I did just pass out that language only because so many of the language section is identical to this current bill. And so many of the questions that have come up so far are answered by the language. And most of the language, just for full disclosure, comes from my personal introduction of the bill. Well, 2018, I introduced HB 1520, and then 2019, I introduced another one. The number escapes me, but it was nearly identical language. And so most of the language in the amendment that I just sent around is from those previous iterations, obviously before 2020 and all of that. So as you know from my testimony on HB 415, I am in support of the concept of transparency and restoring 91A access to cast vote records or cast ballots. So a few points that were brought up. Supreme Court decision. So obviously, this was challenged, the idea of it being exempt. The Supreme Court said that it was constitutional, and that doesn't mean you have to hold on to, I mean, that's all the work that we do, right? Is changing law that ostensibly is constitutional. So just because the Supreme Court said that something is constitutional doesn't mean that you shouldn't change the law. It just means that they can't strike it down. So I just want to be very clear about that, because there was some like, well, how dare we overturn a Supreme Court ruling? It doesn't overturn the ruling. It simply changes one constitutional law to a different constitutional law. There is problematic language in this particular iteration of this bill, as was brought up. Like I said, all of those questions are fixed, I believe, are fixed quite adequately in the language that I sent around. For example, the time to request 91A access to cast ballots is after the recount period has closed. Done. You don't have any more concern about, well, are you just doing this to overturn election results and integrity and faith in elections? So just very briefly, some of the other issues. And I do want to point out, so the language separating out the idea of digital image from actual physical ballots, I think it's important to separate those two out. The digital images are, to the extent they exist, are already available under 91A. And in fact, the Department of Justice, Federal Department of Justice, released language 2 years ago saying that that had to be kept as part of that 22-month period. So even if it's a digital image, and in some cases, those digital images are used for the purposes of counting. My language says here that if someone uses an accessible system, I understand the accessible systems now generate identical ballots to the rest of the ballots, but if somebody does use an accessible system, the moderator shall have 2 other people use the same accessible system. So those ballots are now removed from any personal information. Similarly, any ballot that has an identifiable marking on it, or about any absentee ballot that's the only absentee ballot in a precinct, those are removed from access as well. Those are exempted. This bill also sets out a very detailed process for making sure that the security of the ballots is maintained by the town while still giving access to that viewing service. So I'm happy, I guess, to answer any questions, but I didn't want to get too much into like literally an amendment on a different bill, but it's so many of the same questions have come up that I wanted to kind of bring that to the committee's attention.
Okay. Procedurally, so the committee is aware, we have to discuss the bills that's in front of us. We don't have an amendment for this bill in front of us. We will be discussing 415 today during executive session. So if you do have any questions, I am going to limit them to the scope of the actual bill on the table. And with that, are there any questions? Well, that was easy. Made my disclaimer stop that. All right. Thank you so much. Representative Wood, can I grab the blue sheet from you? And then it's almost 2:30. Representative Lane, I will recess briefly, mostly because I might need a bathroom break. Yes. Yes. Okay. The blue sheet is blank. So with that, I will bring to close the public hearing on HB 387. The committee will stand in recess for 10 minutes before executive session.
That's a good question. Yeah, I think it's better. I get more traction. Low pressure. Oh, right. Yeah.
In fact, the four tires, they're all down about the same amount.
They don't have flat.
Yeah, you get better traction.
Yeah, some military vehicles have a thing you can drop pressure.
So there's no need for me to pump it back up again.
No, when you get home or whatever. Yeah, that's why I have my own.
I have one of them.
Oh.
So I could do it.
If you look at them, you'll get better traction.
It actually checks the pressure in each one. They're all down about 6 or 7 pounds, so it's not a leak.
Did you just have the car service?
Excuse me?
Did you just have the vehicle service? I find that happens sometimes.
Oh, I've noticed that in the
My
past.
Jeep is supposed to be 46, and then after I get the oil change and whatnot, I find it. After a while, the lights come on. Come on, you gotta set it to 32.
Mine are supposed to be at 32, and the 4 of them are within, 24 to 26.
Sometimes
That's the temperature, not
But sometimes it's weather too. But notice that in my truck sometimes, if it's really cold.
That's what it is. I haven't checked it.
It'll go, the light will come on and after driving for a minute, it goes up. Oh, they heat up. Yeah,
The point is that lower tire pressure is okay on this.
You get more wear, but it's better traction.
Only doing 60.
Better
All right. Next, so, which was always the plan. We have 2 days left to complete our work. So anticipate next Tuesday to be a quite long day. Probably what I'll do is take all of the bills that we have had public hearings on and not exact and put them all up, and we'll just chug through as many as we can. All right, let's open the executive session on House Bill 40, Representative Berry.
I move House Bill 40 be inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second? Second. Barry Bohm. Which is kind of fun to say. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I'll do it on the OTP.
Or what?
We'll do it on the next motion. I'm all
Okay.
set.
Any discussion from the committee? Thank you so much. Clerk will call the roll. The motion is ITL on House Bill 40.
Representative Berry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative
Boyd?
Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Yes.
Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
Yes.
Representative Lane,
No.
Representative Ward,
No.
Representative Hamer,
No.
Representative Hamlet,
No.
Representative Muirhead,
No.
Representative Lamontagne,
No. Sorry.
Representative Brennan,
No.
Representative Grill, no. Representative Howard,
No.
Representative Schultz,
No.
and Representative Smith.
Yes.
That is 10 to 10.
All right. And Representative Lane.
May I make a motion at this point?
Sure.
Make a motion ought to pass?
Representative Lane moves ought to pass on House Bill 40. Is there a second?
Thank you.
Do you want to speak to your motion? Awesome. Cool. And the clerk's ready. She'll call the roll on ought to pass on House Bill 40.
Representative Berry,
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
No.
Representative Bohm, Representative Quayle,
No.
Representative Boyd,
No.
Representative Burnham,
No.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood,
No.
Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Lamontagne,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
and Representative Schultz,
Yes.
and Representative Smith.
No.
That is another 10 to 10.
All right. So by the end of today, I'll have a report from Representatives Berry and Lane.
Is it today?
Today.
I'll do my best.
It's got to be today. The deadline's noon tomorrow.
Oh.
So
I'm
I
happy to
have
write it for you,
I have to
Representative.
Review everything that the committee puts out.
I did last year. It's okay.
You can email them to me, but once we get past today, I either don't submit them or write them myself. Nobody wants that. And that closes the executive session on House Bill 40. Open the executive session on House Bill 243. This executive session is recessed until March 14th at 10 a.m. House Bill 244. This executive session is recessed until March 14th at 10 a.m. Yeah, and with the number of people that are requesting room scheduling, Tuesdays are our day. All right, ready? We'll open the executive session on House Bill 286. Representative Perdomo Bryan is recognized for a motion.
I move ought to pass.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
This is a simple bipartisan bill that allows political committees or a member of a candidate's campaign to retrieve campaign items such as signs. I've been in the position of needing that done. I think we've all been there, and it's not controversial in any way. And this is a good housekeeping bill. I support it.
Further discussion on the bill? Okay. Motion is ought to pass on House Bill 286. Whenever the clerk's ready.
Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Lamontagne,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
20-0.
Any objection to consent? All right, consent it is. And that closes 286. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 316 and recess it to March 14th at 10 a.m. I really should have brought the gavel. Open the executive session on House Bill 402 and recess it to March 14th at 10 a.m. What?
It needs a hearing.
Yes, which has been scheduled for next Tuesday. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 405. Representative Barry is recognized for motion.
Yes, I move that House Bill 405 be inexpedient to legislate.
Second? Very wary. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Further discussion on the bill? All right then. Efficient as always.
Right on time. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien,
Yes.
Representative Bohm,
Yes.
Representative Quayle,
Yes.
Representative Boyd,
Yes.
Representative Burnham,
Yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Wary, Representative Wood, Representative Lane,
Yes.
Representative Ward,
Yes.
Representative Hamer,
Yes.
Representative Hamlet,
Yes.
Representative Muirhead, Representative Lamontagne,
Yes.
Representative Brennan,
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
and Representative Smith.
Yes.
Another 20-0.
Any objection to consent? Okay, consent it goes. That closes the executive session on 4:05. We'll open the executive session on House Bill 415. Representative Wary is recognized for a motion. Representative Wary moves ought to pass. Is there a second? Second. Wary Kennedy.
Turn on your microphone.
I'd like to make an amendment to the bill.
Does the committee have them yet?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the committee, I believe Representative Weary is referring to Amendment 2023-0703H.
Representative Wary moves Amendment 2023-0703H. Is there a second? Would you like to speak to your motion on the amendment?
Yes. House Bill 415 is similar to previous bills that have been submitted, and Representative Reed was generously submitted this amendment with a correcting a number of the issues that were in the initial House Bill 415. I believe everyone has a copy of this, and I think it addressed a number of the issues that were raised during the reading of public hearing of 415.
Further discussion on the amendment?
I have a question. Since Representative Reed is here, could she speak to the changes that were made in the amendment since we just received it recently?
No.
Okay.
We're in executive session, so we don't take testimony during executive session.
I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Yep.
The House Bill 415 and House Bill 387 are substantially similar, dealing with the same subject and, in fact, the same lines of the RSA. So could anything that we look at 415 for, could we also look at 387? Not at the same time, obviously, we talk one bill at a time, but would that be procedurally allowable?
So you're asking, can we talk about 387?
Well, I guess the bills are so similar, not that we could talk about them at the same time, but in theory, these bills, they deal with the same section of RSA. So like, what would be the process of hypothetically changing the amendment from 415 to 387 after this executive session? Would it be relatively easy?
I understand. We haven't exec 387 yet, right? So
Correct.
So you're trying to make the argument the amendment will work better on that bill?
I believe it would, and allows more time to work on the subject as a whole. We could talk about 415 today, and anything we wanted to do, in theory, we could do to 387.
Okay, it's kind of thin ice, but as long as the discussion is on the amendment and where it belongs. So you're basically trying to, all of you, if you're going to discuss this, argue that you don't want the amendment because you think it belongs on another bill.
Correct.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you. Just
I'll
had
take my lumps from the clerk later.
you know, it's nice out, and I went snowmobiling this weekend, so I'm down to skate on some thin ice. You know, may I speak to the amendment?
You may speak to the amendment.
The amendment gets really close to, I think, where we need to be on the underlying issue. I would like more time to work on it. We got the amendment this morning, which is not enough time to review it. But we did hear in testimony from 415 that, you know, certain things like who's going to pay for what, when you can access it. I find it, the arguments about not making these ballots public documents is thin. No thin ice pun there, just thin. But I think we have some opportunity to take the good language here in 415, continue to work on it with the bill sponsors and the people bringing forward the amendment, find some common ground, and maybe we can get another 20-no vote out of this thing, but not today.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. The amendment refers to, in various places, it refers to a ballot custodian or designee. And so, for instance, page 2, line 28, there's a custodian. The custodian reappears at various points in the such as page 3, line 5, page 3, line 30. That position is never defined, and so I just would invite those who are interested in this amendment to direct their attention to that position.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I could follow up.
Yeah, please.
For instance, I infer that position is invested with responsibilities, and that one of the responsibilities will be to ensure that those who are reviewing paper ballots don't mark those paper ballots, that those reviewing paper ballots only have pencils in their possessions and no pens or other marking devices. And so it's actually a public office invested with formal responsibilities, but those aren't ever defined in the amendment.
I have a question.
Representative
Of the member. I think when they refer to ballot custodian, I think they're talking about the clerks or the Secretary of State's office. So if that was just removed to say clerk or Secretary of State's office, whoever's in possession of the ballots, legally, whoever has proper possession, right? So not a brand new title called ballot custodian, but the clerk or the Secretary of State's office. Would that alleviate those concerns?
It would at least clarify something about what that person is meant, who that person is meant to be.
So if I can just point out to, I think
Hang
it's,
on, Representative Ward.
sorry.
So is that language is existing statute though? Because it's not bold or italics, and I don't see a reference in
This is a new section.
here to add a new section.
So a new section, here's a new subdivision. Right here.
All, oh, okay.
Yes, that's all new. That's all new. So basically, the beginning of page 2 all the way to page 5.
Yep, I understand. Okay.
But it's the hidden new section.
Representative Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in page 2, lines 17 through 20, where it talks about custody of the ballot, I think the term custodian is introduced there, and it refers to town and city clerks. And then if the Secretary of State comes into possession of the ballots, then that's where custodian is introduced. So I think it's referring back to that general paragraph and trying to encompass all the positions that could potentially have custody of the ballot in that section.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Lane.
Thank you. I am concerned about the effective date. It says it's still 60 days after its passage, and I think as we learned that that means it could be applicable to 2022 records, and I would also like to have it, we've talked about addressing it so it only comes into existence when the new voting machines come in that can produce these images. And even though it doesn't talk about images, I think there was kind of a long discussion on both bills when we did 415 and 387 about that concern. So I haven't had time to go through this to see, but I am concerned that it's only 60 days after the passage.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. I think I might like to change the amendment so that it says that towns and cities can transfer custody of the ballots to the Secretary of State's office immediately after the election or within a couple of days after the election, so that all the responsibilities associated with this, with giving access and making sure that people don't mark the ballots and watching them constantly while they're being reviewed, are carried out consistently across the state by one office in the Secretary of State's.
Representative Barry.
So I would be fine with that, but I'd want a provision probably in there about if it was requested for a ballot review. I don't want to send all of our ballots to the Secretary of State's office preemptively, right? And we kind of talked about this in the hearing, where right now when we conduct a recount, a recount that's outside of the 3% margin, right? That person is responsible for the entire cost of that recount. I'd like to make sure, I know that there's a provision here about payment, but I'd like to make sure that it's something like that that's iron tight. If you're going to request to do this, it's a laborious task that you are required to pay the estimated cost up front, and then you're refunded any balance or responsible for any overage. The taxpayer shouldn't be responsible for this in any which way. I couldn't vote for that if it was not like that. So I'd like to see that change on it as well. But I actually kind of like that idea of just having the SOS do it. We'd obviously have to talk to them, but that would make it uniform. They have the equipment already. They have a cost structure already. And it would kind of alleviate some of those concerns. And then to Representative Lane's point, we could change the language about these ballot images that we don't have yet. We could put in a trigger that, if that is available, then you can access it. And I think that would solve because you may have some towns that take a while to move over to the new machines. They may stay on AccuVote or whatever. And if that happens, you don't want to force them to get a scanner or something. But I think that would be probably more appropriate, and that alleviates all the costs, because then you are just sending like a PDF or something. And I think the other thing, there's a spot in here about none of this can be done until after the recounts. Does anybody? I want to make sure that language has in there that it's recounts and any pending legal action, because a recount, as we have learned, a recount does not always end at a recount. So I'd like to see that in there too, if it's not already in there.
Further discussion? Representative Wary.
Yes, so in page 4, line 14, any legal challenge to an election has ended would accommodate your request, I believe.
Yes. Where is that? Just so I can highlight it.
Page 4.
I see it. Thank you.
Yep.
Further discussion on the amendment?
It should be changed to until the recount period has ended and any legal. It shouldn't be an or, it should be an and, right? Am I off on that one?
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Wary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one other clarification. I think when it's talking about the printed images on the toward the bottom of page 4, I think the implication in Roman numeral 6 is if used in the ballot counting process, maybe that language needs to be cleared up so that it could be cited that if printed images are available, are part of the ballot counting process, then this provision could be accomplished. I think it's implied but not declaratively stated.
Further discussion on the amendment?
One more about the cost.
Representative Barry.
On the cost, we need to make sure that it includes the transportation costs of the ballots. I don't believe they currently charge for that, but if a state trooper is going to go out there, pick the ballots up and move it, that person who's requesting this needs to be financially responsible for obviously that mileage and that state trooper's time as well.
Further discussion on the amendment? Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really like the emphasis on making the requesters pay the costs. And somebody mentioned in testimony today that there are limitations on what can be charged to people who make 91A requests. So if we're saying that this is a 91A eligible request as opposed to just something that people can request, are we then putting constraints on how much can be charged?
Representative Barry.
So I believe my reading of the amendment is that this is actually not under the 91A process. It does mention 91A up there, but it's not. I think in order to make this work, I mean, it is what we're attempting to do here is complicated, right? I do not see a world in which it can actually operate under the 91A framework. The 91A framework does not allow for the payment of every single cost, and I think in order to get this through, you're going to need the entire cost to be borne by the person who is requesting this. They're not a candidate. They're not getting a recount. They just want to see ballots. And that's fine. I do view these as public documents, but they need to pay for everything. And I don't think you can even do that under a 91A. I think the framework for 91A is just too rigid to even accomplish that. So it just kind of needs to be its own thing, if you would.
I agree. 'Cause
Further
otherwise,
discussion on the amendment?
I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Representative
Thanks.
Lane.
I agree, because otherwise I think we'd have to amend 91A, because at least a quick reading of it earlier today was that it's just the cost of the copies. It does not include personnel. It doesn't include those transportation costs. It's just going to be the cost of the copies pretty much. So if we're going to do that, we either mean to reference 91A over to this, and that makes it even more complicated. So we probably need to look at that and see, are we really amending 91A or creating our own kind of procedure for ballots? I don't know.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you. I think so. I agree with the logic there. I'm not sure whether the bill or the amendment is written so that such that this is a separate review access right independent of 91A. And so, in revising the amendment, some attention will need to be paid to page 1, lines 22 to 26. We might say that ballots, just like it says in the law right now, ballots are exempt from 91A. There's a different access provision that this law will make.
I agree with that completely.
Representative Brennan.
Thank you. On page 2, line 33 it states any person wishing to review ballots may make a video recording of the viewing of the ballots. I have a concern about that someone reviewing the ballots is making a video recording and can edit that video to show ballots different from how they view in person, which may raise some concerns about integrity of those ballots. Either falsified the video to show something different than what the ballots actually show in person. So that section for me does not work.
Representative Barry?
So it's a fair concern. You can make the argument about a variety of things. We currently allow people during recounts to take pictures of ballots. In fact, there is a reporter who shall remain nameless who literally shows up and photographs every single ballot. I guess my counterpoint to that, which is I don't think it's a completely dismissible concern. It's a legitimate concern. But my counterpoint to that is if there's concerns, then we've just created a process in which somebody can come and look at it and be like, oh, they manipulated the video. Like, I looked at it.
Are we good? All right. The question is whether to adopt Amendment 0703H. The clerk's ready. Please call the roll.
Representative Barry?
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
No.
Representative Bohm?
No.
Representative Quayle?
No.
Representative Boyd?
No.
Representative Burnham?
No.
Representative Kennedy? Representative Wary?
Yes.
Representative Wood? Representative Lane?
No.
Representative Ward?
No.
Representative Hamer?
No.
Representative Hamlet?
No.
Representative Muirhead?
No.
Representative Lamontagne?
No.
Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Grill? No. Representative Howard?
No.
Representative Schultz?
No.
Representative Smith?
No.
19 nays and 19 nays and 1 yay.
And the motion to adopt fails.
There were 2 yays. What was the other yay?
Is there a question?
Question was on the vote count, but I don't think there was a second vote for yes.
I only heard 1 yay from
Yeah.
All right. So we're back to the original motion of ought to pass on House Bill 14, and also not adopting an amendment does not work like ITL on a bill. That doesn't mean the topic's dead. We just simply didn't adopt it. So in the earlier discussion about perhaps it might belong better someplace else, the amendment would still be in order on that as long as it fits that bill. All right, is there discussion on ought to pass on the underlying bill?
Yes, Mr.
Representative Barry?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I'll be voting against HB 415 as it currently exists. It's not ready for prime time, although I have changed my mind on this subject. I voted against something similar against this last year. I have changed my mind on this. The good news is we have another vehicle to get this done. It gives this committee a little more time. So 415 is not ready for prime time, but there's another bill that I believe we'll be able to work on and get ready for prime time.
Further discussion? Okay. Motion is ought to pass on House Bill 415.
Representative Barry?
No.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
No.
Representative Bohm?
No.
Representative Quayle?
No.
Representative Boyd?
No.
Representative Burnham?
No.
Representative Kennedy? Representative Wary? Representative Wood? Representative Lane?
No.
Representative Ward?
No.
Representative Hamer?
No.
Representative Hamlet?
No.
Representative Muirhead? Representative Lamontagne?
No.
Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Grill? No. Representative Howard?
No.
Representative Schultz?
No.
Representative Smith?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Sorry, who was that?
That's me.
Yes, Representative Berry.
I'd like to move 415 be inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Berry moves inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? Second. Berry, Muirhead. Do you want to talk about it?
Very briefly,
Oh.
just to clarify, well, there are people watching this one, so I know. I'm voting for ITL for 415. The committee will consider another vehicle for a similar subject, which I will be supporting. So I will not be voting for 415 because we have a better vehicle coming down the road.
Further discussion? Okay. Motion's inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 415 when you're ready.
Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Prudhomme O'Brien?
Yes.
Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Quayle?
Yes.
Representative Boyd?
Yes.
Representative Burnham?
Yes.
Representative Kennedy? Representative Wary? Representative Wood? Representative Lane?
Yes.
Representative Ward?
Yes.
Representative Hamer?
Yes.
Representative Hamlet?
Yes.
Representative Muirhead? Representative Lamontagne?
Yes.
Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Grill, yes. Representative Howard?
Yes.
Representative Schultz?
Yes.
Representative Smith?
Yes.
20-0 ITL.
Anyone object to consent? All right. That closes the executive session on House Bill 415. So it looks like I need reports from Representatives Berry, Lane, Prudhomme, O'Brien.
Okay. 179?
I guess we're not taking it up. All right, that'll be all.